All right, well, we're at 144. That's good. New game standard. Good luck for the Dark and Darker tourney. Yeah. I don't know. I thought I would just participate for fun, but some of the teams in that are going to be so sweaty and try hard. I'm kind of scared. It's on like Saturday night. How much does my CS inventory cost after the update? I don't know. Probably lost some value. The fuck?
Anna?
Have I played this wipe at all off stream?
Anna.
Nope.
Are you okay? What are you drawing?
I don't know. They just popped in my head. What's wrong?
I might play a bit before the tournament thing,
Nothing's
like off
wrong.
stream or something.
Or nothing that a stay at a fancy wellness retreat won't fix. Am I right?
Oh yeah, chat, we have another sponsor today. I know you guys love sponsors. We
Hello. My name is Sister Angelica. Are you Caroline?
Yes.
gonna be a bot in the tournament.
Caroline
Hate to
Moore.
say it.
Ah.
I mean,
then
I've
this
played
little
Dark
one
and
must be
Darker a
your
bit,
sister.
but
Hello, Anna.
my issue is more
Say
so
hello,
that
Anna.
there's like
Sorry. It takes her a little while to get to know people.
No need to be shy. I don't bite. Come, follow me. I'm here to take you both to the convent. And the crucifix here was carved by a single piece of marble by a local sculptor. Can I just say how very happy I am to finally have you with us? Isabella has told us all about you. Especially you, little one. You are a very special girl.
Anna's been through a lot. It takes her a while to let her guard down with people.
Do not worry. You've come to the right place. We can help her with that. Soon, she will fear nothing. Let's get going. The convent isn't too far now. You can put your luggage in here. You must have had a tiring journey. Why don't you get some rest before dinner?
No, I feel fine. How about you, Anna? Okay.
Anna looks so
Maybe
weird.
we could do with a nap.
I'll come back in a few hours and take you to meet the other new arrivals.
Well, it's like an arena tournament, Teruli. It's
Come
not.
on, sleepyhead.
It's not like dungeons.
Lay down here. I'll wake you before dinner time.
This place smells old. You said it was gonna be a bougie little health spa. When can we go back to Canada?
Come on. We're only booked for a short stay, Anna. It'll fly by. Hey, want to feel better, right? Isabella says the therapists here are second to none. And we trust her, don't we?
I suppose.
You know, I saw
Yes,
on the
we
store
do.
page chat you could take off her jacket.
Now come snuggle up here. It's making me feel sleepy just watching you.
Fine.
Anna! Anna! Where are you? Anna!
I don't have time to look in the trunk. I need to find Anna. The hell is this? Knits? Never heard that before. All right, I am memorizing the layout. Putting it into my memory bank. Is this old? The game just came out like an hour ago.
Hey! That's my sister! Take your hands off her!
Be at peace, both of you. This is a holy place. There must be no violence here.
What are you talking about? We were invited here as guests of Mother Lucia, okay? I don't think she's gonna be too pleased when she finds out how you treated us.
Child, I am Mother Lucia. Now stop struggling, please. You have nothing to fear. We wish only to guide you to your destiny.
Look, I don't know who you think we are, but you're making a mistake.
Oh, we know exactly who you are. There's no mistake. You are Caroline and Anna, the Wildberger twins. And we've been preparing for your arrival here for many years.
Caroline, I'm scared. What's she saying?
Nothing.
Do you not understand old ladies?
But you can't leave. Your grandfather Noah swore a covenant. You belong to us.
The hell? Well, that's not looking very good. Jesus. How are you even moving?
I feel sick. What the hell did they do to me? Anna? Where are you? Anna? Can you hear me? Anna!
Well, we got our clothes back. I guess we're gonna find like a green herb to heal ourselves or something. Holy Bible. One of the nails is missing. Yeah. Thumbtack. Ah, I think we put that. Aha. Flower bud key. The message written in blood, do not let shadows embrace you. There was something else. You motherfucker, you're gonna drive me crazy, you know that? There was something else. There was something else. You fucker. There was nothing else. Think I'm gonna do well in the tournament? Thanks. I mean, the thing is, dude, I don't play Dark and Darker that much. I have played it a bit in the past, but like, I mean, repos and like promos together are gonna just, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be like a slaughter, but I mean, I don't know. Everybody has like two people who play Dark and Darker a lot on their team. Eb and Boss and Katie. I mean, I know they both play like all the fucking time, so. Oh god. It's gonna be a slaughter, but we're still gonna support you. I'm not doing Dark and Darker today. Hey, Feifei, thank you for the 42 months. I have a PoE sponsor at like... I have a PoE sponsor at like 2 o'clock. Vincent is going to prevent random teams like that. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, we're watching like the new PoE. Wait, did I say PoE 2? It's for PoE 1. They're like announcing. They're doing like an announcement stream, so we're watching. We're watching the new stream for it. At, I think, 2 o'clock? The new season, yeah. Anna's sketchbook, she must be nearby. It's randomly paired teams. Is it, though? Wait, what do you mean? Because the teams were already announced, like, on the Discord. I saw. Wait, oh, we still have the Bible. Liars. First aid kit? Should probably use this. Okay. Please tell me I don't have to actually click on this, right? There's no way. There's no way I have to click on that. I refuse to believe it. There's got to be a way to switch tab. There has to be. So lazy? Dude, you're gonna piss me off, you know that? It's just like when you play maybe okay, all right, you know what? I don't know. I don't know yet. Maybe it's fine. It just feels like they could have easily just made it so Q and E filters through these tabs instead of me having to, like, anytime I want to heal, I have to go click this button. I know it's like a minor thing, but it's when you open the inventory 5,000 times in a playthrough, it starts, like, those little quality of life things can make a big difference. But it might not be that big of a deal. You can equip items like on your hotbar. I don't... So dark. I'm pretty sure you just die if you go in the dark. I need like a light source or something. What the hell was that? I'm gonna leave. Oh god. Oh, the game is like showing me, it's actually railroading me along the right path. Oh god. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God hath given thee in the siege, and in the straitness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee. The towering wooden statue of a mother superior. Set of rusty combination pliers primarily used for twisting, gripping, and cutting wire. There's still light here at least. Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube. All right. Oh. Lighter. Oh, we can see. Scary. Oh my god, there's jars in the way. Oh, whatever would I do? What? Yeah, using a lighter as your light source is kind of scuffed. This is a speedrun? Yeah. Well, there was the dark area over here. Great routing so far, thank you. There are stacks of patient files and medical records.
I'm gonna record my progress on this machine. And maybe someday, someone will hear this and find out what happened to me. My name is Caroline Walker. I came to this town.
Why
to
is
find
it streaming
help for my
together?
little sister Anna. She does this thing
what?
where she
I
draws
still-
terrifying
what?
images and somehow they become real.
Is the stream together with Lobo still active or something? Wait, it is. What the f-
It was all a trap.
My-
A huge nun knocked me out and now they've taken Anna.
Thought that was an intentional joke. Dude, my PC crashed. But the funny thing is, I still had the browser window open from when we did the stream together yesterday. So I guess after my PC crashed, I restored my previous windows on my browser. And the PC turned on, and I guess it reopened it. That's really silly.
I woke up looking like a pincushion, stuck with these thick needles. These people are sick. I need to find my sister and get away from here fast. I'm heading to the Lady Chapel, the last place I saw Anna. Maybe I'll find some clue there.
The Lady Chapel. Lads co-op today? I think we might do co-op later. I have the PoE sponsor at 2 p.m., but it's only an hour long. So after that, maybe do co-op. Apparently there's a pretty fun friend slop game called RV There Yet? Why am I sponsored by GGG? Because I'm a streamer and they want me to promote Path of Exile. You don't even play ARPG? That's kind of the point, no? Get new people into, like, the series. It's a beautiful painting of a convent of nuns. Yeah, I've been sponsored by PoE like a bunch of times. I mean, I like PoE. I don't stream it that much or anything, but... I played a good amount of PoE too when it came out. Yeah, I mean, I saw the phone has something, but I think we need to, like... I can't... Yeah, I mean, whatever I need there, I'm missing, so... The ladder? Can I drop down here? Beginner's chess book, some lines are highlighted. Rooks can move any number of squares, but only horizontally or vertically, not diagonally. Or is there gonna be a chess puzzle? God damn. Knights move in an L shape from their starting position. 2 squares in one direction and 1 square perpendicular. Beginner's chess book, some lines are highlighted. Yeah. Pawns can move 1 square straight ahead, but capture diagonally 1 square forward. Queen can move any number of squares in any direction, including diagonals. The king can move 1 square in any direction, including diagonals. The puzzle destroyer. I hope there's not a chess puzzle. Dude, I still, like, I never learned how to play chess, and every time a chess puzzle pops up in a game, it, like, makes me physically cringe. I got a map. There's gotta be a button to bring up the map right away, surely. Surely, right? There's no fucking way, dude. Oh, M, okay. Like, imagine every time you had to open the map, you had to go here and, like, fucking examine it. That would be horrible. Hold on. M is just such a faraway key. I don't really like having to press M. I bound it to the side of my mouse. Okay, when you open the map. Clearly you don't play a lot of MMOs. Yeah, but in an MMO it's kind of different. Like in an MMO you can auto, like in WoW, you know, a lot of the time when I would open the map I would just press numlock and just auto run. Forceful presence of Mother Lucia has been captured in this painting. I haven't found anything over here. So bad at the fucking tank controls. I really feel like I'm missing something here. The phone. And the other path was just the broken floorboards, so... It looked like there was a dark path back this way. That's the recorder, that's the phone. I think it was over here that I wasn't able to go. Oh? Not a key item. Assisting Sister Angelica. Today, Mother Lucia asked me to assist Sister Angelica with preparations for a medical procedure. I was honored. She told me that I was chosen because of all the sisters at the convent. I have the steadiest hands. She asked me to retrieve some needles from the storage room. I was surprised to see that we stocked such large needles. More surprising still was Sister Angelica's appearance. Her skin is cracked, her back is hunched, and her eyes have lost the gleam they had when I was a child. It's been that long since the last time I saw her. We haven't been here. Or I don't think we've been here. Fuck, I don't know. Wait, no, we have. So I could have sworn there was like another dark was it here? Well, this is just the belt. No, 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 no. Okay, we're definitely missing something. Hold on. Let's check the map. Hey, Six and Yam, thank you for the resubs, guys. Because we were in the bell tower. That's where we found the lighter in the first place. This door is locked. I didn't get a key item. All I have is a plier and a Bible. There's the south corridor. Infirmary. There was a demo for this game. I didn't play it though. The map is so confusing with perspective. What the fuck? Oh, God. The camera angles are actually like so fucked up because you go through that door and now up is down and down is up. At least relative to the map. This is just where we spawned. I don't think there was anything else here. Okay, well, I think we have to just go back to that area and there's probably some... Gotta be something I missed. Over here was just the journal that we just read. I know, hi dang. I'm already stuck and we're like fucking 10 minutes into the game. Maybe a bit more than that, but... I mean, I don't see how the wire cutters are gonna do me anything here, really. I'm not actually sure why the phone isn't even functional in the first place. I'm not sure what it's even missing. Like I'm just missing an item, like a fucking tiny item somewhere. And why are they teaching me about chess? Like, surely this is relevant, but I don't quite understand how. Maybe it's this. Unless there was a way... Can I go higher at the bell tower? I thought... Was I blocked? No. Well, fuck, I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to go to the top of the bell tower. I feel like that has to be it. For some reason, okay, you know what? I think I understand what is happening here. My brain was telling me that I couldn't go higher in the brain. Wait, can I just go? Never mind, I'm stupid. Yeah, the vases blocked my path. There, I could just go. How? Did I really not try to go through this door? Oh my god, what am I doing? I guess I assume. See, that's my biggest issue. I make assumptions when I play these games. Never assume anything. I was looking at those statues and I think I just assumed the door was locked. Skeletal remains in this ornate casket are on display. Here rest the Meyer sisters, patrons of the children. Elevator has no power. I'm gonna go up this way. That doesn't sound good. The elevator work now? Was it that easy? I guess it was. Okay. Get this door. I do not think we can use the pliers on this. Worth a shot. That is a strong bolt. Need the bolt cutter. Well, it's a lock. But maybe... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we actually need a key for it. The statue depicts a young woman sheltering young children. So... we have the body. The day has finally come. Wait, was that it? Or did I... I don't know. There's a tape recorder here. Not sure if I want to make a save yet. That's the locked door, yeah. Oh, here we go. Mother Lucia asked me personally to take charge of preparations for the illustrious ceremony in the Lady of the Chapel. Or in the Lady Chapel. Everything must be immaculate for our final ascension. The day has finally come, sisters. We have waited so long and have witnessed so much cruelty and sin, but at last God will send his beautiful angels to retrieve us, and he will welcome us into his kingdom. Only us, the chosen ones. All the years we have toiled to please the Lord shall bear fruit. We shall inherit the kingdom of heaven. We will sing by his side to praise his name for all eternity. Alright, crazy lady. Locked. Alright. Well, I think we gotta take the elevator. Oh, we have 3 recording tapes. I'll use one. I mean, I'm pretty sure they just gave me 2 here, so. I don't know. Honestly, we've barely done anything. You know what? No, I'm not gonna make a save. Because I feel like I'm gonna regret it later on. I don't know. I don't know how many tape recorders the game gives, but I don't want to be like... I mean, we haven't done anything. We just like came into this area. I don't even think we picked up a key item. I'm gonna go get some water though, chat, and then we'll take this elevator down. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Is this a walking sim? No, I mean, the first game, at least if I'm remembering right, there was like a gun in the first game. Wasn't there? Like a nail gun or something? So there will be combat. It's just, we just started the game. Maybe there's a gun in the workshop or something. Repo is getting an update on Halloween, I think, right? Oh, speaking of, hey, look, nails. I don't know if I like the UI in this game that much. I mean, it's okay. It's... No, I didn't play Look Outside. There's a nailer instruction poster pinned to the corkboard. Combine. Put your hands up, chat. Oh, God. Oh, damn, dude. Wonder if I can, like, stomp them. Locked. Doors locked. No, I don't think you have unlimited nails. There's... Okay, there's a door over there, but we can't get to it. Okay, man.
Hey. What happened here?
This damn place can bring out the darkness in our hearts.
God. She's dead. Did you do this?
The law of God does not reach down here anymore. It was either her or me. And now, destiny brought you to me.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking for something. A sacred book hidden deep in this rotten place. Maybe you can help me find it.
I can't help you. I have to find a way to get into the chapel. This crazy cult is after my sister, and the chapel is the last place I saw her.
The chapel of Our Lady. Then, your arrival here must be fate. The chapel door has been locked by an ancient enchantment. It is held shut by the cursed souls of sinners, and the only way you'll get through is to exorcise those ghosts and lift the spell. Now, the procedure is written down in the same sacred text that I seek. The book is hidden somewhere in the depths of this prison. Find it for me, and I'll show you how to open the door.
Oh. Well, that's a coincidence. Okay.
I'll bite. I'll get you your book.
Excellent. Now, be careful, or this place will kill you.
Hammer. Oh, nails. The demo of Hellmart? Probably not. I don't think we had much of it left. I would rather... I mean, I want to play the game when it comes out. I'm just gonna wait until then, though. Okay. Not sure what this hammer is gonna do for us, but... figure it out. Oh! I wonder if you can dodge this grab. Okay, let's see. So do the painkillers heal you? The enemies don't do that much damage. Can't say I remember where a hammer would be used, though. This door was locked. Can't jump across this gap. Maybe we can go to a different floor. I mean, we got the gun. Seems like it only goes... let's see if we can use the hammer on something up here. Can't interact with that thing. Is the hammer a fucking melee weapon? Is... Yeah, I was thinking maybe I could use the hammer on the lock, but that... I don't know, like the lock... Okay. I guess I assumed it would be in key items, but... Good to know it doesn't work like that. I mean, that was my first plan, was to try to break the lock, but... I kind of felt like it wasn't gonna work. But I guess it had to work, because there's nowhere else to go. Die. Oh my. Shotgun shells. I'll go down the stairwell here first. Oh. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Gonna move. Well, I messed up, chat, because my last save was not. Well, that's okay. We know where to go. It's fine. I don't even have the map yet. The only thing is I don't remember where the painkillers were. I really should have healed there. I don't know. I didn't actually think my health was that low. All right. How many painkiller do we have it? I think we have one painkiller right now. No, we don't have any. Damn, that's the only thing I don't remember where they are. Okay, the map's right here. I think there's one painkiller right here. Nice. And we just go through the door. Luckily, I mean, this really won't take long to redo. We go up this hallway and we turn on the power. And turn it back off. Curious. All right, time to do this better. Oh my god. What am I doing, dude? This door is locked. I'm just gonna touch it just so I don't forget later. Can you open this chest? I think you can, right? kill this guy. I hope enemies don't respawn. Alright. Good. And then there's the hammer in here, and I think a painkiller in the locker. I don't know where the there was another painkiller somewhere, but I don't remember. Maybe maybe it's not yet. Right, that door is locked. No reason to go there. Right. Alright, I'm gonna make a save this time so I don't have to redo this. Actually, wait, hold on. Well, I didn't want to make too many save files, but this door is locked, right?
Door to the lady I can't get in. I met a strange old man who says he can help me if I find some book for him. He gives me a bad feeling, but if there's even a chance he'll help me get that...
All right. All right, there is some pots over here we could break. How much ammo do we have right now? 14. Well, 24 total. I guess it's just random if you get a drop, because I think last time we actually got an item from that. Where the heck did this enemy come from last time? Oh yeah, we missed a poke. Oh. I feel like shooting them until they get knocked down and then piping is probably the best. Yeah, we have a nail gun. Can I unlock a shortcut here? What the fuck? Oh. Dude. Oh, God. Oh. Jesus, that guy was kind of scary. Kitchen. No. Oh, God. Fucking nail gun sucks ass, dude. Got any heals in here? Fucking smash the hands with the hammer. Try lighter. That was not a bad idea. I was half expecting that to actually work. Okay, well, I need some frickin' heals. Okay, we can cook something, I guess. Not that we have anything. Painkiller? Nails. I need a heal, game! I'm gonna break the pot. Need to turn on the lights in here. What happens when you're in the dark for too long? I think you die. Please, just give me a heal. Give me a heal. Puzzle Destroyer is crazy. Oh! No! Fear and Hunger is really punishing. Yeah, I mean, I didn't beat Fear and Hunger the first time I played it. I actually gave up because I got lost. Or like, I couldn't figure out how to progress the game. I mean, I went back and beat it later, but I didn't beat it the first time I played it. I should probably see if this door actually works. It does. I don't want to go back the other way. Handsaw frame. Oh yeah, let me see if I can break the wall. Now that I can actually... Now that I have light. You'd think a hammer would be able to break this. But I guess not. Do I need a fucking sledgehammer or something? Like... Chessboard mat. First aid kit. And smash a wall. Oh, recording tape. All these shotgun shells, but no shotgun. True. True. Okay, that's the locked wall right there. Oh, is this a shortcut? Oh yeah, we're back at the recording room now. I'm gonna make a save. I almost feel like that shotgun is behind the brick wall. So that's the cooking station. Over here is something? Oh yeah, the body. Okay, so there's the cooking station and the body in the kitchen. Keep in mind. Well, yeah, there's definitely more to lighting the stove, but I don't think we have what we need. There's another path that we could take back here that we didn't go down. There's actually two paths, I think. Forceful presence of Mother Lucia has been captured in this painting. Look at the shadow. Shadow tech. Using the saw on the body, but it's just a frame. It's not the full saw. We're missing the saw part. Oh, this is the bell tower, okay. Alright, well there's another path this way. I think. Yeah. Up the stairwell. We didn't go this way. And then there's more stuff in the courtyard too. We have a lot of nails. Oops. Okay, I don't think we can do that right now. Old piano, it looks like it hasn't been touched in a long time. Goes insane in the dark, something like that. Oh. Aha, we have light. Any heals? What does this povidone do again? Treatment of minor pain. So I guess it's also a heal? Oh, and we have a first aid kit. Okay, that's good. 3 shotgun shells. Door unlocked. Oh, we unlocked... Okay, we unlocked a door in the basement. Cool. Alright, well, I think we need to go back into the courtyard. Hey, Tortoise, thank you for the 85 months, because there's that stairwell down that we didn't go through. Oh, that dropped something... somewhere. Something fell down. I'm thinking this is the way. Oh god. My bad, my bad. Oh. Okay, progress. All right, we got the saw blade. I don't even want to kill these guys. We need to go to the kitchen now. Kitchen's- Frozen hand. Doesn't seem like there's any... Hook it? Yeah, I guess we can melt the hand. Still don't know where this cryptex is used, though. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, the puzzle destroyer has met his match. We can go back to the board, I guess. Where was... And I'm confused. I didn't pick up a chess mat, though, did I? No. Oh. Oh. I forgot I picked this up. I was thinking of the other chest thing I saw. Oh, I see what it's doing here. I know the solution. Well, kind of. If I remembered the rules of chess properly. All right, hold on. I wish I could take a look at that note that I saw before. That's okay. I think it's over this way. Oh yeah, we could go to the top of the tower now that we can break the pots. Oh, oops. Hello, Danny. Thank you for the Prime sub. Wait, was it over here? Oh my god, chat, I'm denting. No, this is the corridor. Wait, where the fuck was the chess puzzle? Was it in the infirmary? Ah, god damn it. Oh, it's right here. Okay, well, the end. All right. The two at the end are knights. And then the fourth. The fourth is the queen. And then I think the 5th is the king. Only horizontally or vertically, right? Okay, so the T is the rook. Any number of squares, but only diagonally. Oh, pawn. Pawn is the Y. And then the rook. And then aha! The crown key. Okay. Wasn't I good at puzzles? Yeah, it's just I don't know chess rules. At least like I've never played chess. Whenever there's a chess puzzle in a game, it's at least they actually explain like this. You don't need to know chess to solve this. Well, I mean, you kind of need. I guess the only thing is you need to know what the pieces are. Like which piece is which. They don't really tell you that. But luckily I know which pieces are which because of Resident Evil. Yeah, I don't know. I should learn how to play chess sometime. I'm still not really sure where this key is used though. Horse doesn't go in first position. I don't think you understand how the puzzle works. Oh right, it's that door. Oh yeah, we should go back to the tower. Wait a sec, could it be over here? No. That is the tentacles. Speedrun chess. I know people do like speed chess or whatever. But you really need to know what you're doing to do something like that. Alright. A bit of a far run. Normal chess with a timer, yeah, but when you have to, I mean, when you have to like make decisions faster, you know. Like I know some people when they play chess, you know, people could be spending like so much time on each turn. But I don't know if... Oh, I can break this. Kinda eerie. Damn, what happened up here? Birds shit all over the place. A shit explosion. Oh, is that... Four singers climb to the highest point of the hill. One by one, they raise their powerful voices to the wind. First, Victor broke the silence in the valley by setting the tone with his impeccable voice. Then sang Big Joe, the one with the deepest voice of the four. He was followed by his brother Little Claudio with the highest pitched voice of them all. Oh, it's fucking... Okay. Finally, Elias raised his voice, almost as deep as Big Joe's. The voice of the four, singing together, shattered the silence of the entire valley. Impeccable voice. Deep, highest pitched. Almost as deep. Aha! Easy clap. Wait, how do I... What? What do you mean? Is it not a gun? Wait, what? Now I'm even more confused. Oh, now I can short. No, I didn't guess it. I did the fucking puzzle, man. Holy... I'm the fucking puzzle destroyer, chat. Thing is, I'm still not sure where to use this key. Could it be in the library? I can't break the brick wall. Wait, maybe I could shoot it open now? Though I don't... Locked from the other side. Alright, I'm gonna make a save here. Did I run past it? Oh no, it's... We've done quite a bit since we've made the last save. You have limited saves in this game? Yes. Wait a sec. Where is this? Oh, oh yeah, no, I can't. Oh, I can't go back down. This is just the door with the from the other side by the yeah. Okay, I'm not even gonna check it. That is not a door that I can unlock. I don't remember where I can use. I don't know where I can use this key. Maybe I should examine it. Maybe that'll. I'm just going in frickin' circles right now, because we already went over there. We checked that door. There's the... Maybe this door here? Rock on the brick wall, but what if you didn't have ammo? I mean, I just find it unlikely that you're gonna have to use the shotgun to break the wall. So what if the player wasted all their ammo? Then they're just fucked, I guess? There were like no enemies over here last time. What's going on? Oh, no, this isn't it. Fuck. At least I don't think. There's no key slot here. It's just like a... Unless... Oh. And then that's the shortcut. And I can't, I have to go. Oh, maybe it's this door here in the basement? Dude, I don't know. I'm I'm confused, man. I can't go through that door. I checked that door. That's the one with the tentacles. This one has something weird. Maybe I have to go through this brick. Cage that was locked. In the cloister, there was a locked cage, but I dropped it into the basement. You know what? Maybe that's... Okay, you know what? I think we need to go to the basement and check for the body that we've dropped. Shotgun the brick wall. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'll try that. It's just... The cloister should be... Oh, that's how I got the saw blade. I see. Well, that door. There's another cage room. Oh, this is it. Nice. Quite dark down here. I don't like it. Oh wait, that's where I came in. The camera angles are so confusing sometimes. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on with that puzzle, to be honest. The black blood. How come when I pick it up, I can't, like, read it? The Black Phoenix experiment has yielded an interesting result. Most peculiar blood sample. It is a deep black and exudes a foul smell, though that is not what shocked me the most. Under the microscope, the blood cells have nuclei. Blood cells do not have nuclei. That is not all. They are surrounded by thousands of mitochondria and behave in a way I have never seen in all my years of study. The radiation emanating from the sample is implausible. The numbers are off the charts. It is much more radioactive than enriched uranium. To reduce the risk of exposure, we have only been handling microsamples. Mother Lucia has also provided us with a serum that counteracts the symptoms of exposure. Where would she get such a thing? I'm concerned about the long-term effects this may have on the team and our equipment. Ah, we can make a save down here. Nice. It's kind of creepy. Portions of this bed are unusually large. Maybe there's a giant around. Not sure if we can solve that puzzle yet. We probably got to follow the cable here. Chronically locked. gosh. Huh. Well, good thing we just made a save. Was there any other path here? Maybe there's an item on this side. Well, I wanted to kill the enemy, but I can't take my gun out because it becomes dark. That's the problem. That's why I died. I think I need to bait them outside the cell. Gotta go fast. You wanna go, bitch? Oh! Oh, I don't have ammo! Okay. Not sure exactly what it's... What is it saying is okay here? It has the shapes have to fit. So it needs to be circular. Yeah, see, this one is correct because it's the little portion here. This one is definitely correct. This one is fine. This one is fine. It's just this one, I think. Yeah. Wait. Is it... I feel like they're all correct now, but I'm... I'm actually really confused. I don't know. I feel like they're all correct. They all follow the logic of the paper, I think. Unless it's... Maybe it works with no notification. Oh gosh. Well. You're right. Giant skeleton. Oh. Oh. Well, we're fine. Everything's fine. Do I even have shotgun ammo left? Oh, I still have 5 shotgun shells. Okay, hold on. I need to make sure this thing is fucking reloaded, dude. Is there anything even in here? I thought maybe there would be like a heal or something for my troubles. I mean, we found the phone book page at least, so that's good. I guess that's all we needed. 1041 something. Guess you're just supposed to brute force. Oh shit. Wrong door? What do you guys talk? What do you mean wrong door? Huh? Oh right, let's go in the... got some locked gates. Wait, can I... Probably gonna be able to open that gate somehow. Some mistakes require time to be rectified. The Wildberger sisters are coming. I can feel Nautilus radiating more intense, malevolent energy as he senses their approach. Worry not for haste, Nautilus. All will come to be in due time. Nautilus. Can I break any of these? Oh, Jesus. What is this camera angle, bruh? Oh. It's the Book of the Dead. I mean, when I take this... I feel like it's locking the door or something. Maybe there's something inside it? Can I really not, like, fucking read it? Well, we don't need this anymore. No! Run, girl, run! I don't know. I do kind of feel like there's more. I don't know if there's more down there. I'm not really sure what the wire. I think it's for the phone. That wasn't my first thought, but I guess that could make sense. I don't know. I'm gonna assume that we got what we came for there, but maybe when the trap's activated, another path. Oh my god, it's moving. Jesus, dude. Oh, right, we need to... That's the book this guy wanted.
want to hold it a second longer. This thing's cursed.
It is the holiest of books. You have no idea how powerful it is. The ancient secrets contained in these pages will allow me to speak with the dead. I can bring back the dead from hell itself.
Hey, we had an agreement. Remember?
Yes. You wanted to open the chapel so you could find your sister. Oh, yes. Here it is. I see. It's a powerful curse protecting the chapel door. Someone has gone to a lot of trouble to secure it. It says here, the only way to lift that curse is using the tears of a saint.
Where am I supposed to find the tears of a saint? Do they even exist, or is your book talking in riddles?
Oh, they exist. I can assure you. Although not necessarily in this world.
What do you mean?
In the convent, there is a museum where I used to study. It is a very quiet place. In there, you will find a statue. The statue of Santa Teresita. Legend has it that the statue has on occasion been seen to cry tears of blood. Maybe you should take a look. Take this. It's my key to the museum door. Now go. I have some reading to attend to.
Oh, I'm fucking muted. Nice. Nice, dude. I don't know how I muted myself. I feel like there's a painkiller I missed somewhere. Oh, I see it. Wait, can I get to that? Oh yeah, I can. All right, well, we're full HP and we got a painkiller, so that's good. All right, we need to go. Oh, this is the key right here. Oh, actually, no, I don't. I don't know, I'm kind of confused. I don't think this is the door I wanted to go through. All right, I think we're on the right track. We're gonna go up here. Then I think up the stairwell, or down the stairwell. Wait a sec. No, okay. Maybe the key does work here then? Oh. We did it! Oh. That's kind of a creepy painting. Saint illuminated by the Holy Spirit. As I was returning to my chamber last night, I crossed paths with the Sister Inquisitor. She rarely shows herself in the convent, but when she does, she always heads to the Museum of Torture, only to disappear for days as if vanishing by some blasphemous act of magic. She was walking toward me wearing that dreadful rotting hood that she uses to cover her face. I hurried past, of course, but I couldn't avoid the stench of her breath. The woman reeked of rot. It seeped through that filthy fabric and struck me square in the face. I barely managed to hold down my supper. This was a reminder I must stay on the Lord's path. If I conduct myself with the proper decorum and do nothing to anger God or Mother Superior Lucia, perhaps I'll never have to come face to face with the Sister Inquisitor again. Okay, well, let's go down. I don't like it down here. Need to get the freaking lights on. Oh, jade ornament. Okay, we can use that on that other door. I know where that goes. It's the stairwell. Okay. Wonder if this is a shortcut. Is there anything else down here? I don't think so. Can I light these torches? Nope. Judas Cradle. Approximate date 16th century. This torture device was used to get a confession by inflicting pain. The victim was suspended by a metal belt and placed on top of a spike-topped pyramid. This would cause the victim's body weight to cause cuts in their genitals. It's not only painful, but humiliating. Lovely. The wheel. This macabre method began by dislocating the joints of the victim's upper and lower body. They were then placed upon a wheel and made to spin continuously. Slow rotation would cause the victim to die a painful death. Cannot believe it, the Sister Inquisitor has taken Sister Elizabeth away. It all happened so suddenly. I was lying in bed listening to the quiet sound of rain on the window when the door slammed open with explosive force. The Sister Inquisitor burst into our chamber, filling the room with the stench of decay. Without uttering a single word, the hulking woman lunged towards Elizabeth's cot. She grabbed the startled sister by the hair and dragged her out into the hallway like a wild animal hauling its prey back to its lair. The Sister Elizabeth's heart-wrenching screams echoed down the hallway until both sisters vanished into the darkness of the convent. No one offered to help poor Elizabeth. I certainly would not attempt to stop the Sister Inquisitor in her duties. The morning after, in the refectory, Mother Lucia informed us that Sister Elizabeth had been caught stealing a holy relic and was sentenced to be burned in the brazen bowl. She said, if God finds repentance in our sister's heart, the fire will not touch her. I prayed for my sister. Damn. Rip. The rack. Popular torture device utilized a winch system to slowly stretch the victim, oftentimes ascended in dislocation or even dismemberment of upper or lower limbs. Death by sawing. Victims of this torture method were hanged upside down from a frame, their legs held open. The elongated saw was used to cut the victim up to their stomach. Jesus. A hanging cage. Victims of cage torture were usually imprisoned naked in a suspended cage, were commonly found in public places as a deterrent for the populace. Not only was the act humiliating, but victims usually spent weeks without food or drink. Oh, another save file. Oh. Oh, there's an item here. Oh, for the phone. Nice. Well, let's see what the other pathway where the other pathway goes. I don't really like that. I don't want to... I think I'm about to, like, fight a boss or something. Guess you're not supposed to light all of them? Maybe you know, let's go do the stuff that we know how to do right now, because I'm not sure we know the solution for that puzzle yet. How do I get out of here? Isn't it? What? How the fuck do I get out of here? Oh yeah, it's up here. All right. So the door with the jade pendant is up there. We can also break this, and then the kitchen has the phone, so I think we go to the kitchen first. Is there a recorder around here? One up there. It's probably fine. Early. Wonder if that note is what the number we're supposed to like dial or something. Wait a second. Was the... No, the... Okay, wait. Where was the phone? Is it in the prefectory? You'd think it would be marked. Dude, I can't remember where the phone is. Oh my gosh. Let's see if we can break the wall. Oh, -1. Does anyone remember where this phone is? I feel like I'm going crazy, dude. It should be marked on the map, but I... It's near the start. Oh, it needs one circle on the back. Okay, well, we need to do the phone. Make a save. What's up, Silicon? No. Those painkillers there? Aha. Okay, why is the X a 1? The 0 is... Or... Well, wait. I don't think that's how it works, though, because this... I guess that's the rest of the number on the back. I assume you're just counting the lines. Maybe this one. It's 10 digits, so okay, wait, hold on. I think it's 10412. I'm not sure about these two, though. I'm thinking X is 4. Like, I don't know if it's just each dash, but like, the thing is the dashes are touching each other in this case. I assume you're just counting the dashes, but maybe it's more maybe it's... I've actually never used a rotary phone. I guess that was wrong, but... Is the R just to, like, reset? I mean, I know how it works, but... Shit. I don't think I... I'm not sure I understand. Unless... Oh man, I'm not sure. The back numbers are 3890. Okay, well, even if that's true, I don't understand how you got that at all. So, yeah, like, I don't. Okay, wait, I see what you guys are saying. Okay, I think I know.
Caroline, are you there? I'm scared.
See, my issue there was I just assumed because it's a phone that you're at least dialing like a phone, like a full phone number, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just using like modern logic. I was thinking because there's five digits on the top and 5 digits on the back that it was like a 10-digit number. Like a fucking area, like it has an area code on it. Oh, okay. Oh my. All right. Now we need to go. Need to go the other way, actually. Hello, Ninpo. It's been good. Should I make a save file here? I mean, we have... I think so. We have 4 tape recorders. Seems like the game is pretty forgiving with these, honestly. I don't want to have to go back and do the phone puzzle if I die. Oh. No time for tea. We have 6 shotgun shells. That's a lot. Shotgun in this game is crazy. That fool Noah, did he truly believe that awakening such a vile demon would bring harmony to the world and raise himself to a higher power? Delusional old man, you are a disgrace to the order. I will be the one to bring light to this world filled with sin and corruption. I will be the one to awaken Nautilus. At least you did something right by forcing the birth of the twins, even if you were a terrible grandfather. I will use your granddaughters to fulfill my destiny. Plant sprayer. What? Oh, they have iframes. That's great. Dude. Movement. Wait, what? Got any heals in here? Do I need a frickin' rope? Plant sprayer? Okay, wait, I'm frickin' lost now. Do I What was over at this lady chapel? Maybe I can... I don't know, I can't do this right now. Which means I missed something, but I'm not really sure what I might have missed. Cause what was over? There's the wall I can break. There's also this door here, but I think it opens from the other side. I feel like there's got to be a way through the lady chapel here. This is where the tentacles were. Oh, yeah, okay. I need to get rid of the tentacles, but I need something to spray the plants with. The blood tears? The what? Where did he say the statue was? The statue of the saint. Wait, we found her before, right? Unless she's next to the... Fuck, where did he say that was? In the museum? The one holding the scroll? Yeah, I think you're right. He's not crying blood, though. There's blood on the floor. Wait a sec. This has the solution on it. Okay, 2 on the left. Bottom, top, left side, middle, right side. Oh, I really don't want to go through the torture museum, though. I can't even go... Oh, wait, no. I have to. Oh, fuck. No shortcut. Did I miss one? Did I? Oh wait, is it opposite? Because... Yeah, we need to switch over to the... I don't know, that doesn't work either, though. He was covering the bottom right one. Oh. A freaking lawnmower outside my house right now, dude. Enter the other side using a mirror. Alright guys, well I gotta switch over to the sponsor. I mean, I can just pause the game and have it run in the background. Alright. Alright. Hi, Surik. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I decided to stream full-time instead. It's definitely more enjoyable, and I mean, it's gone pretty well for me, I would say. Oh, right, I gotta blast these guys. What causes these enemies to attack? Reading the note, maybe? What's up, Yui? I'm playing on keyboard mouse, but you can play with controller. Alright. So, we killed those guys. And then we had to go do the phone? Or no, we already did the rotary dial. Wait, where did I go after this last time? I already forgot. Confused. So we cleared this, but then wasn't there... Oh yeah, I went and did the mirror puzzle. Right. Thank you. Wait, was it somebody was joking, or well, I don't know if they were joking. Somebody said was the dev of that last game in the chat actually? We need to go down the Torture Museum. I guess we'll just go take the elevator. He was in Ella's chat. I see. Camera angles really mess with your brain in these games, dude. Wait a second, I can't even go this way, dude. What am I doing? I don't have a shortcut. Oh. I need to go back through the cloister and then through the door that took me to the museum. What's up, BD? How's the game? I've been enjoying it so far. I mean, it's like a classic Resident Evil game. You know, like the old school ones. Tank controls. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Alright, we're almost back. Alright, so this is where we were last time. I'd really like a map of this area. That would be nice. Yeah, we ran in here before, but I don't... I go this way. This is where I went before, and then I ended up dying. Shit. No. Oh my god. What? Okay. Not a good start. Guy's got a big belly. Oh, there's more painkillers. Nice. A deity statue of some kind. I like the atmosphere in this game so far, though. Like, the environments are well done, I will say. Oh yeah, we went in here. I think. More painkillers? Don't mind if I do. Okay, good double shot. Still got 5 shotgun rounds. Heaps upon heaps of humans. Oh, it's the bowl. Somebody got put in this. Oh. Ornate stone heart. I love it when I can light stuff, like turn on lights in games. I know it's like it's a simple thing, but you know, it's satisfying to like light up an area. What the fuck is happening? Oh. We opened a shortcut. Back. Okay, well, we have the ornate heart, which... Not exactly sure what that's used for. What did I need for this lady chapel door? Do you think the heart goes there, maybe? I don't know what I'm thinking. I played too many games? What do you mean? I don't remember what I need to use at the Lady Chapel door. Maybe this is the right track. Wait, no, the Lady Chapel door... No, I know what the Lady Chapel door is. It's the fucking tentacle. Where am I supposed to go? Maybe I'm just... okay, wait, no, I'm... damn. I think I'm just supposed to go back the other direction now, presumably. There's probably something else in the mirror. Like maybe the plant spray. Oh, looks like there's something like there's a cavity in the chest or something. I guess this is just meant to take you back so you can go back in the mirror. Maybe something even changed in here? Oh. Okay. What? But... Yobane! Is there... What was the point? Just for fun? There's gotta be something inside the scarecrow, but I don't see it. There's nothing. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Dude, this fucking camera is... Oh. Oh. Okay, well, we need to put the heart in there, but we can't because there's bars. I guess we have to go back to the other realm and then probably open... Like, we have to go back and forth. Presumably. Alright. The only way out is through the other path, though, I think. I don't think you can go back out where you came in. Or maybe you can. Oh, you can. Okay. Well, see, this body is ripped open now. And now we have a metal pipe. See, like, we're affecting the other worlds. Now we can go back up this staircase. Now, maybe put the heart in? Yeah, because there's no bars. Now, if we go back, something should be different. Oh, we got the blood, which I guess... Oh, you know what? Maybe we don't... Maybe we don't actually have to go back. That might just be it. I think. I'm pretty sure. Because we have the plant sprayer now. Alright, so... I think we want to... I don't want to use a painkiller yet. No, that's... I mean, it's just part of the puzzle. It's not even backtracking, really. Okay. I want to go... to this locked door. Yeah, it has tank controls. I don't want to make a save, but I think I'm going to go bust into that wall first. Hope I don't regret it. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well. I did not think that's what this would be. But hey, double barrel. That's good. I wonder if that's... Did I even want to do that, though? Hopefully each barrel fires individually and not... I don't think they fire at the same time. We haven't made a save in a while. Yeah, I really thought that I was going to use that pipe to break the wall. But we have a hammer, and the hammer can't break the wall, so it's like... What kind of stupid logic is that anyways? Alright. Go get rid of the tentacles. What do you mean it lacks pressure? Oh. Do I have to pump it every time? Oh no. Okay. Jesus! Okay. How are you supposed to dodge these attacks, man? What the hell? Jesus. You only used one save slot? Oh. That's not good. I kinda wish that I did this before I made a save file. Great. That hit me, dude. Was I supposed to use something on the face? Shit. I don't know, there was like an interaction. I'm pumping. That is like such a... I don't even understand. Like, what? Hammer the face. I mean, I don't... Well, just kill me, honestly. I don't want to have to waste more ammo. Because I think we can just one-cycle it. But I didn't know. One more time. Damn it, dude. Okay, that's fine. Dude. Oh my god, dude. Die. I wonder if there's any heals in the boss arena. I didn't see any.
Caroline. That voice. Angelica. Oh my god, Angelica, is that you? Don't waste your strength. What the hell just happened here?
Anna.
Anna? Do you mean Anna? Do you know where they've taken her?
The processing plant.
Okay. I need to take you to a doctor.
No. No, it's too late for me. I'm sorry.
Therefore, I urge you, brothers and sisters, in view of God's mercy, to offer your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God. I need one of those weaker heals. Whatever they were called. Is there an item over here? How many nails did we use? Quite a few. A tanky boss. Wonder how much damage the melee weapons do. Oh. Arcade? Arcade? I have heard encouraging news from the mouth of a nun weak to dark magic. The dark book is here. It is hidden in the underground dungeons. Lucia, you old fool, for years you had me working for you, promising me the knowledge within that book, only to find out you had hid it under your feet, you old trickster. Never try to deceive a warlock. Right now, I do not have the knowledge of the dark magic needed to revive a person who has passed on, but once the secrets of the dark book are mine, nothing will stop reunion with my beloved Amelia. Amelia. Doesn't look like much of an arcade. Like a garden. Oh, nice. Oh, we're in danger. Hold on, I want to go upstairs in this chapel. If I can. Did I play the new Ninja Gaiden? No, I have it downloaded though. I was thinking about playing it. Is it good? How long is it actually, I wonder? I saw Ella was playing it. Did he flush it already? Oh, he finished it in a single stream. I see. Oh, we're here. Shortcut. Air canister. What? Oh, increases the fire rate. Ah, sick. We're double canistered. Okay, we have 4 saves. Maybe we go down to this office. I feel like there might be a save up ahead. Surely hard mode is not that bad. I don't know, it looks like you can break these boxes, but maybe I don't have what's needed. Where's that phone call coming from? Oh, I need like scissors or a knife or something. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna get a shortcut back to the church. Locked. This door locked? No. Hall center. Ooh, a water jug. A mission I cannot refuse. The Colonel is a stubborn and Machiavellian old man, but I don't think he's lying to me. I hope. He believes that by extracting the subject, we will gain valuable information about what is happening in Villa Hess. He asked me because he knows I can't refuse. The folder he gave me could lead to the answers I have been searching for my entire life. This is what you look like, wherever you are. I hope you're okay. Your name isn't what I had imagined it would be, but I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it at all. Isabella. This sounds like a save room. Oh, it is. Nice.
This is like a nightmare. The room where I last saw Anna is now littered with dead nuns. All brutally murdered. In the middle was the one who attacked me before. It looked like she killed herself, like it was part of some ritual. Then suddenly I was being dragged into another world, and that nun was alive there, and I had to fight her. I barely made it. It's a miracle I'm still here. Oh, and Angelica? The woman who met us at the station, I found her, and she died right in front of me. Before she went, she told me Anna had been taken to somewhere she called the processing plant. I need to hurry.
Alright. Oh. More save files. Yeah, this game seems pretty forgiving in terms of saves, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I have 5 saves right now. That's a lot. But I want the game to be hard on saves too. I mean, not necessarily. I'm just simply saying that it's not. The save files are pretty lenient. Bob Discovery. Forensic experts from the Chilean Investigation Brigade have issued a forensic report following the autopsy of the woman found hanged in the Villa Hess cemetery. According to the report, the victim, identified by the initials AFPL, was pregnant at the time of her death and showed signs of torture before being hanged by the neck. Her partner, identified by the initials ZALH, who had reported her disappearance days earlier, recognized the remains and is currently under medical care due to the shock of the discovery. This is the 3rd case in which a woman has been murdered in the same manner at the local cemetery. The PDI continues its search for those responsible, though the investigation has been declared confidential for now. Continue to report as new details emerge. RA. Okay, we can't go in there. Everything's like locked here. Butcher shop. Pork cuts have been here a long time. Flies and maggots are feasting on the discarded meat. Tasty. Ooh, we're getting a lot of heals. Any light switches around here? I've arrived in Puerto Cisnes, the town nearest the Villa Hesse. I discovered from the few locals who didn't refuse to speak with me that the railway route from this town to Villa Hesse was closed by the authorities years ago. There are no alternative public routes to the town. The locals reiterated several times that I shouldn't go to Villa Hesse. They see it as a forbidden place. I rented a motorcycle from the local garage and am prepared to leave at 22 o'clock. The darkness should cover my movements. It'll be a long journey. Oh shit. I don't know if I want to go down. All staff entrance. Well, something's down there. I don't know if I can kill it though because I don't have light. This is where I came in. Want to make sure I'm... And that might have been it in the basement, honestly. I feel like that's probably it. Maybe there was a heal or like a shotgun ammo down there. Doubtful there's two key items on top of each other, but at the same time, you never know. Like, this could come back to bite me in the ass when I check everything else in the game and then I realize that I missed something down there. Dude, we have... Okay, we have 5 heals right now. That's a lot. Pretty stacked. Oh, it's for the back entrance. Okay, well. It's good. Oh, we're back by the phone now. Ah. Oil nails. Ooh, a mall map. Nice. That's nice. That's very convenient. Can't go that way. Can't go that way, so we have to go up. I think, right? Or down. Guess we'll go down. Never mind. Okay. I feel like there's something up there, but I don't see anything. Oh, we're at the pharmacy. Hmm. Oh, more heals. Damn, dude, that's like all I'm finding, though. It would make sense to find heals in the pharmacy, though. The fuck is this? Can't interact with... Oh, I need power, okay. There's probably a generator in the basement. Photo. Okay, well, we have the hints, but more heals, dude. We are so stacked on it. We need to get the power, though. There's got to be somewhere we can get the power going here. Oh, especially because there's pots there. There's no way we could get those pots until we turn the power on. Well, at least there's no enemies. The funny thing is, like, if there's enemies, they basically have to put a light source nearby. Because if they don't, then you just... I mean, you have to run, I guess. Wait. Huh? You can't actually fight enemies in the dark. Camera angles are so confusing sometimes. We gotta get the power on, man. I have 9 save files. Oh, we're at the hair salon. Oh, we're close to the amusement arcade. Pause, champ. Oh, there's a frickin' claw machine. Letter to Zacharias. Beloved Zacharias, I went in search of answers with my teacher. It is evident that a malevolent energy has awakened beneath the earth. I can feel it growing stronger every day. I know you don't believe in these things, but I don't think my suspicions are unfounded. That birthmark on your chest is not normal. According to my teacher, a warlock offered you as a sacrifice to the Lord of Decay on the day of your birth. Upon your death, your soul will now find its way to the afterlife, and your pain, along with that of thousands, will feed the spawn of darkness. You must leave Villa Hess as soon as possible. They are watching you. I cannot contact you directly, as the forces of evil would easily find me in town. The creature I carry in my womb radiates a light that is far too easy for a dark warlock to perceive. You remember the one-eyed toy inside the machine at the mall that I asked you for? Inside it, there is a ring. I enchanted it with my love and intended to propose to you with it once you manage to retrieve it from the machine. Put it on and follow your heart. Wear the ring on your left hand. It will guide you to us, to a place where evil cannot reach us. I love you, always yours, Azukina. Okay. We definitely need to come back here once we have the power on. Kiddie rides. Oh? Well, we have some power. What the? Piggies. $100 coins. Damn it! Come on, dude. Surely somebody left some coins in one of the return slots. I remember when I would go to the arcades, I would sometimes do that. A lot of the time, you could find, like, spare coins in the machines. And we don't really need to make a save again yet. Get off me, piggy. I need more shotgun ammo. All right, well, that's fine. Time for the triple. Oh, good enough. Dude, I have all these coil nails, but I can't. I don't have the coil. Am I supposed to fucking have that? Why do I feel like... Dude, like, I still never broke the wall in the fucking convent. I feel like I'm supposed... I feel like I'm supposed to be able to do that. Maybe that's where the... Oh, I don't know. Also a locked door here. Yeah, it says it's easily destroyed, but it's not like a key interactable is the thing. So I'm not... I don't really understand how I'm supposed to, actually do this. Oh. Well, there you go. Nems's foosball table. God, okay, that's... that's a little much. Have I been in here? Oh yeah, this is... Oh, I unlocked the shortcut door. There's gotta be like a coin somewhere. I mean, I have the power on, so I feel like I just need to find the coin. Wait, what? How is this how is it considered too dark? You'd think the arcade machines would at least provide some lighting in there, no? I mean, down here is just the path to the lights. Okay, well, clearly we're supposed to go through this gate. And then I guess just go back. Maybe. Keep thinking I'm seeing interactables, but some stuff is just like shiny. And the thing is, there's no power here. Oh, actually, wait, no, there is. Where are we? We're just on the other side of the... I feel like I'm just not going the right way. Oh, wait, no, we have power now. Maybe... Okay, hold on. We have this note for this. A plus B is green, A plus C is purple, B plus C is orange. Okay, let's see. So, A plus C is purple. Okay, I'm not sure I fully understand, though. I mean, I assume this puzzle has to do with, like, color mixing. But I'm not sure how I don't really understand the solution. Red and purple doesn't make green. Yeah, I know. I was trying to do the A plus C one, chat. That's why I did blue and red. But the thing, like, I don't understand because... Which one is representing which? Oh, wait, no. Okay, hold on. I understand. You have to, okay, hold on. Where the fuck's the red? Wait, no, this was on red. Okay, wait, hold on. I need this on blue. Dude, what is... Move! Oh, I have to go below. Wait a sec. C, wait, C, hold on. Okay. A plus C does equals purple. A plus B, oh, B needs to be yellow. Woohoo! Wait, this was just, oh, okay. I was like, was this seriously just for a first aid kit, dude? Oh. Oh. This automatic one is kind of nice. Dojo. That to the south, I guess? Well, no, to the south is just the body, so I don't think we put the dojo key in the body. Right. The arcade room. I don't even know. I don't even. Oh. Mark on his finger. Okay. All right. So we need a coin for the arcade. There was no locked doors. Maybe in the town? I don't see anything about a dojo, though. Where the hell is the dojo? Here? I think it would be labeled, though. Maybe we should go to the back streets? Oh wait, we didn't go this way. Oh, we're here. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, the exit of the mall is down here by that body. Damn, I'm actually kind of stuck. Unless it's over here, the dojo, but I don't think it is. There's no dojo in the church. Maybe we did miss something in the butcher shop. What if there's a coin down there? I don't know. And maybe we should go double check. There's power in here now? Oh, come on. Wait, is this a shortcut into the church? Is this the same wall? No. No, it can't be. Dude, how am I supposed to just... There's no light here is the thing. I can't even break the wall. If only I had a hammer. Yeah, but I've tried using the hammer on the wall. It doesn't do anything. Unless it was just bugging out and the game's just jank as fuck. But I mean, I tried using the hammer on the wall like several times. Not there specifically, but because the thing is, if I try to take my hammer out, it's gonna turn pitch black and I'm just gonna die. Maybe now that the power's on though, there's like access somewhere else. Did I never go up this way, maybe? Oh, come on. Wait, I think there's a coin there. Oh, never mind. Yeah, but I don't know where the dojo is. I haven't seen any dojo. Or maybe I did and I don't remember, but I don't... Oh wait, I see the sign. Fine. Ooh, shotgun. Oh, box cutter for the phone. Okay. I bet a coin's gonna come out after this phone.
Help me. They have me locked up in this horrible place. It's dark, and there are dead fish everywhere.
Or I might have just missed the coin.
They found me. No, let me go.
Oh. He's fine. The arcade we go. Didn't I unlock a shortcut? We made it to the arcade. Oh. Bruh. Which one do I need? One-eyed toy. I don't see it. Oh wait, I do see it. It was like the perspective. I thought I was looking at it from a different angle. Okay. Sorry, Teddy. Oh, now we go put this on this guy. Back streets. I approached the local fishermen for some information, and before I could even ask anything, they pulled out machetes and surrounded me with the clear intent to kill. I checked their bodies but couldn't find anything, only a strong smell of fish and a strange hue to their skin. These people don't carry any form of identification. This whole place stinks. If Isabella is here, I must locate her quickly. Pointing straight ahead. Sounds like there's fucking running gas or something. I don't want my lighter to blow me up.
Freeze! Hands in the air.
Take it easy. You got me, okay?
Turn around. Nice and slow.
You don't need to point that gun at me.
Yeah. Well, forgive me if this place makes me feel, you know, a little antsy. Who are you?
My name's Caroline. What's your name?
You don't look like one of the locals.
I'm not. I just came in on the train yesterday.
Really? Because I heard there's been no trains running here for a long time.
I got here by train.
Well, you don't sound like you're from around here.
I'm Canadian. I'm only here because somewhere in this godforsaken town is my kid's sister. Now please, take that fucking gun out of my face.
Sorry. You're the first person I've met today that didn't instantly want to kill me.
Thank you for the prime sub, Irish
That's
Fury.
so weird, because you seem so friendly.
My name's Miguel. I'm looking for someone too. Maybe we should team up.
Sure. I'm heading to the processing plant.
I just come from that way. I barely made it out alive.
Well, that's my only lead right now, so that's where I'm going.
Okay. Well, I'm not joining you on a suicide mission. What's your sister's name? I'll keep a lookout for her.
Anna. You can't miss her. She's 10 years old. Red hair, pink jacket.
There's no children here, Caroline. You should get out while you can.
Thanks for your advice, Miguel. Try not to shoot any civilians.
Good luck. You're gonna need it.
All right, goodbye, Miguel. Yeah, we'll probably see him again later. Okay, well, there's a stairwell. Is this open? Thick piece of wood. Hess Hospital in critical state. The state of Hess Hospital has been deemed critical by health authorities, confirming reports of an alarming increase in patient symptoms, including nausea, diarrhea, hemorrhages, skin burns, and hair loss. With hospital beds over capacity, medical staff have no other option but to attend to patients in hallways and other less sanitary spaces. The situation has raised concerns among Villa Hess residents who are demanding swift answers to what could become a public health crisis. While the cause of the situation is being investigated, officials have issued a series of preventative recommendations. The advice includes boiling water before consumption, especially water directly from a tap, and maintaining personal hygiene, particularly the washing of hands before handling food. Oh, you know, I was wondering if there was something hidden back here. I'm glad I checked. Kind of looks like a safe room, maybe? Ovidone. Nice. We have 7 heals. And 8 saves. Fucking stacked, man. Okay, never mind. We have 10 saves. Residents have expressed growing discomfort caused by strong odors emitting from the Wildberger and Hess fish processing plant. Complaints have increased in recent weeks, with many neighbors calling the situation unbearable.
To this place. Everything is in chaos here. It looks like the villagers got out in a hurry and left everything behind. I have a bad feeling about this. I did meet a man named Miguel. He came here looking for someone, but it looks like he chose the worst time to do it. He's got no clue what's going on here either, and he hasn't seen anything of Anna. I told him I was heading to the processing plant, and he warned me not to go. But I'm already here now. And if my sister is in here too, then I'm gonna find her.
Dude, like the shiny effect on the items makes me keep thinking I'm like seeing something. Arturo Prat Chacon was a Chilean naval officer, lawyer, and national hero. He died on the 21st May, 1879 in the naval battle of Iquique, manning the corvette Esmeralda. Okay. There's like a cassette tape player. Set player. Hey, distro. Oops. I want to see if there's anything else over this way. Probably locked. Yeah. Well, that simplifies things. Wait a sec, is there a map here? It's possible I missed a map. Didn't seem like it. Wait, is this... Wait, did this bar, like, fall when I entered the place or something? Wow, no loot. Something is very wrong in the fish processing plant. The stench of rot hit me full in the face the moment I entered. Stench of decaying flesh that could not be fish alone. Hard to admit that the darkness made me feel deeply uneasy. It was a thick, oppressive blackness, barely pierced by the dim beam of my flashlight. The darkness was so dense that it seemed to cling to my skin like oil. Something was in there with me. It darted across the walls like a shadow, illuminated by the moonlight through the windows. Its form wasn't human. Its legs were pointed and its movements were unnatural. I swept my flashlight in every direction, never lowering my pistol. The shadow moved across the wall to my right. It screamed and attacked. I pivoted, swinging the flashlight in an arc. I hate being taken by surprise. As an ominous silhouette lunged at me, I emptied the entire magazine into it. The thing recoiled and dived through a window. What in the hell is happening here? Feel like I need a flashlight. That's what it's sounding like. Oh. Storeroom? Make a save here. Back upstairs first. The workers have been brutally murdered in their sleep. Well, that's lovely. 1795. Mother Lucia. Metal bike parts. The hell do I need that for? Going biking? I somehow used the bike parts on my fucking gun. I was like half expecting that to work. Let's make a save. Rip that guy. Ooh, nice. A map. Oh, it's this fucking guy. For the love of God, did you do this? It was either him or me. These people are no longer human. They lost their souls a long time ago, and now they suffer in eternal torment, looking to kill or be killed. Damn, everything's cursed here. I need to find Anna fast. I warn you, this processing plant has corrupted to its depths. Dark and bloody practices were carried out here. Things you're not ready to see. Whatever, I can't leave until I find my sister. Hope you find her before your madness finds you. Ooh, a crowbar. Maybe I can finally break the fucking wall with this thing? Sacrifice for our god. Last night we offered the firstborn of brother Abraham to our god Nautilus. All the brothers present, including my good wife, celebrated and danced joyfully as we ate the child's flesh, for Nautilus was pleased. Can't let the other members of the sect think we are losing faith. Brother Simon hesitated when Mother Lucia commanded him to sacrifice his child. The Sister Inquisitor crushed his head with her bare hands and killed Simon's wife and daughter right there on the spot. God does not tolerate a lack of faith. Let us pray, Mother Lucia said. When we got home, we went to Abigail's room. Abigail is the eldest of our 2 children. She was sleeping like a rock. She studied so hard all week for her English exam. She's only 10 years old, but she already knows what she wants to be. She wants to be a writer when she grows up. The words that Mother Lucia whispered in my ear went round and round in my head. Brother Juan, your blessed firstborn has the privilege of being the offering during the next full moon. Rejoice. Thanks. These people are crazy. Hello, Hard Rains. I don't think there's power right now. Needs AA battery. Apparently. Do I have something that would have batteries in it? Don't think so. Oh, maybe we didn't go through there? Holy shit. Health is still okay. That door was locked. Ah. It's fine. We have a ton of heals anyways. I'm not worried about it. Voice recognition panel.
Password incorrect.
Yeah. So there's a password door here. Perception. Are these test tubes like fucking weapons? Oh. Is they're gonna be used for a puzzle or something? Something is missing. I need a fucking light bulb. Okay. Put the box back there? I can't. God. Chat, if there's no light source, if I have no light source and I take out my weapon, then I die. Because I can't see anything. I can't break boxes that are in complete darkness. Hey, I don't even think you can attack when you're in the dark. There is an item there. What the heck is that? Okay. Brute force strat worked. Mysterious girl. Mother Lucia came to see me and thanked me once again for having demonstrated my faith and devotion to our Savior. And she told me she had a mission for me, something only I could carry out. She was accompanied by that fearsome woman whose head was covered with a horrid and foul-smelling hood, the one who killed Simon and his family. In her arms, the giant woman was carrying a girl who looked like the same age as my daughter would have been. Mother Lucia asked me to prepare one of the cells in the hidden corridor to lock her up and hide this girl from the rest of the world. Lucia has also entrusted me with the task of feeding her and keeping her alive. The Lord has blessed you once again with a test to prove your faith, she said with a grotesque grimace on her face. My stomach churned, my fists clenched, and I imagined my teeth sinking into the jugular of that rotten old woman. I don't care if that giant woman broke my neck after that, but I cannot allow myself this. I wish I could kill them all. I've hidden the switch that opens the secret corridor behind my daughter's heart. I see. Hello. Oh. Gotta go back to the start of this area. Wait, where was this fucking secret door that I opened? Is it in a different area, or am I blind? Or maybe that's how I got into that. That's probably how I got the VHS tape, presumably. That's gotta be. Those pipes are way too fucking loud, dude. Holy shit. Yo, Debrito, thank you for the 62 months again, man. In the conference room over here. The most scary game I've ever played. I don't know, man. Oh. In Painted World. Well, Projected World. So hard to see. Oh, we're here. Oh, are we gonna save this person by moving this so they don't get killed? Very mature of me. What do you mean? Wait a sec, this is the wrong way. We need to go back down the lift. I think it was this way, right?
Hey, you.
Short stay. Short stay. It'll fly by.
Hey, I'm looking for Anna. Where is she?
That little girl's not here anymore.
You think that's funny? I'm not playing around, moron. Anna's my sister. Turn around and tell me where she is.
Oh, she's here, Caroline. Your sister's been here for 14 years.
No. No, this can't be. Anna? I saw you yesterday. What happened to you?
What happened to me? I've been rotting in this dungeon for 14 years. You look well, though. You haven't aged a fucking day.
Put the knife down, Anna, please. Why are you being like this? I'm here to get you out.
Oh, I should be more grateful, should I? Caroline is back to save the day.
I told you I didn't want to come here. And then you just left me with these lunatics. I was a child. Why did you leave me? Where have you been? Look, I don't know what happened here, but I didn't go anywhere, I swear. would never just leave you. You're a liar! You abandoned me before, and you took Mom with you, and then you came back just to do it all over again. I'm done with you! Oh, please, Anna. Look at yourself. You're not well. Let me help you. I think you've helped me enough! Anna! Please, open the door. We can sort this out. Hey, don't worry. Maybe I'll come back for you. In 14 years. No! Please! Don't do this, Anna! No!
Okay, well. Oh, right. Ah. Chapter notebook. Got 15 minutes to figure out. Oh, right. Now we need to go back to where we can use the... Is that down here? Crabs. This is the right way. Yeah, we found our sister, except she was way older now. And crazy, yeah. True. Game doesn't use tank controls? No, it does. Elevator has no power. Good. A lot of fish. Kinda wish that the lighter wasn't something that you had to equip on like a hotbar. There was just like a dedicated keybind for it. Or maybe there is. Okay, this is a shotgun moment. What do those crabs do to me? Try to kill me? I haven't made a save in a while. I would very much like to make a save. I guess they're pretty weak. That much. Maybe I shouldn't have used a shotgun shell on these guys. Good though. Where I came in. The crane, there was a painkiller. It did some damage, yeah. Not that much though. Bar on the mouth? I use the hammer to like prop it open further. I don't know how to get the mouth open more. I feel like I have it, but... not gonna work. I use the shotgun to prop it open. Something else in here. Oh man, I don't know. This is kind of... This is tricky because I don't feel like I missed anything. But what else could I use to open the mouth further? Could I have used the fucking metal bike parts? I doubt it. I don't know, I've got to be missing something. Can I, like, bind something with the pliers? I mean, or with the crowbar, I mean. I don't know. Specific spot? I don't think so. Puts it in the same spot every time. Thing is, I just don't know what else I missed. I feel like I just don't have whatever I need here. Can't apply power to anything else. I think there's a stairwell maybe that I didn't. No. I feel like I'm just missing something with the shark. Like I can do it already, but I just... Just back here. Like, we can't go through... Why is this still a question mark? God, please stop. Okay, so we need a cassette. I don't know. I'm gonna go back. I feel like we can do the shark, man, but I don't understand. Does anyone actually know? Like, am I able to do this? Do I have everything for this puzzle? Interact with the hook next to the shark. Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. And this sucks. Need a second crowbar, yeah. Yeah, the pipes are way too far. Do I want the answer? No, I wanted to know if all I asked was, can I do the puzzle right now? That's all I asked. I don't want the fucking answer. I want you to answer the question that I asked. Can I remove the battery from the cassette player? No, the door doesn't. Oh. Well, good job with your backseating, buddy. You told me the answer. Not here though. Wait, what even? Ugh, I'm losing it. I don't even remember where. That's the thing is, guys, if like, I don't want you to just tell me what to do. I don't know what is like so hard for people to like why it's so hard for people to just give a hint. You know, the funny thing is though, I was looking around the cassette player, but I didn't even think about that. I was like clicking all the buttons, checking the sides, but I didn't realize. I don't remember where I need to put these batteries in though. Hey, extra large sub, thank you for the 27 months. I don't think it's here. Oh, there was somewhere I could use the batteries. I don't know. I'm getting tired, man. Maybe it was somewhere up here. It wasn't in here, though, was it? Maybe it was. No, because this is just... This doesn't... Man, where? I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting tired. I just want to put these batteries. Oh. Oh, it's there? Maybe? Aha. Aha. Wasn't it 1795? Page was held by one tack. Oh, was part of the number cut off or something? Let's see. Shit, you were right. Oh, whatever. I was close enough. Alright, let's go make a save. I don't remember where that number was. Exactly. Hey, Mumed, thank you so much for the 2 months, dude. Alright. No, it's okay. I mean...
My head is reeling. What the hell is going on here? I finally got the metal door open to Anna's cell, but I got the shock of my life inside.
I basically knew the number anyways. I just didn't realize. I would have had to go back to the room to double check it. I'll be honest, I couldn't remember exactly where it was.
I came down here with. She was a grown woman. She's my age. We look exactly alike again. How is that even possible? Something's wrong with her, though. Her skin has, like, a purple rash, and she seems out of her mind. She accused me of abandoning her in this place for 14 years. And then she locked me inside and ran off. I need to catch up with her. I've seen the awful things these monsters are doing here. Things I can't even talk about.
Alright, guys. I'm gonna call it here. Honestly, I was thinking about ending the stream like 30 minutes ago, and I probably should have, but it's okay. I mean, we got the progress. We know the shark's down in the basement, down all the elevators, past the pipes. And I assume there's probably a cassette tape. Well, actually, I don't know what's in the back of the shark's mouth, but we need to open the shark's mouth. Well, we need to go into that door we just opened, then somehow get the shark's mouth open, and then we need to use the cassette tape on that voice recognition door. We'll have to get the batteries back as well, yeah. But yeah, sorry I was getting a little irritated towards the end there. I'm getting a little tired. I wanna go get some dinner and get some rest. But thank you all for watching, chat. Tomorrow we will be back with I'm probably just gonna do more Tormented Souls 2. Honestly, I'm enjoying this game. It's pretty good.